Hello, 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 hello. Um, Happy Saturday. I was gonna say Friday, but unfortunately Friday has already passed. We don't get to really live that day. I hope everyone is doing good. Um, I have good news. I for the first time today, like in a while today, I woke up early. I woke up at like what, 8 something a.m., which is rare. You will never see me awake at that time during the weekend, but I managed to do it this weekend. I don't know what woke me up from my slumber because I went to bed at like 2 a.m., but somehow I ended up waking up at 8 a.m., which is crazy. On 6 hours of sleep, that has never been heard of before. Um, Other than that, I don't think I have anything super cool to share except that the thing that I've been working on, my design, uh it is it is coming along. It is coming along. I've been having really creative moments. Let's just call it that. I spent a long time yesterday and today doodling, trying out ideas, looking for ideas. And I think I made a really good progress. I'm like basically finished. I just have to take some time to like step away from it and think about it for a bit. And really think if I'm all good like that, the way it looks right now. But yeah, maybe I'll show it off like really, really small so you can get a glimpse of it. Maybe sometime during the stream. Yeah. I'm actually really proud of it. I usually don't use a lot of color, but this design has so much color in it. Let me actually count how much color it has. If you don't count my hair color, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different colors, which is kind of a lot, to be honest. But I really like it. It's a little messy and a little crazy, but it looks kind of nice. I don't know. To my eyes, it looks kind of pleasing. Though I have been told it has that old vibe. It looks kind of, yeah, just like something an old person might like. Or like, it looks like something that you might have had back in the old days. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe I'll spoil you a bit later on. Perhaps. We will see. Other than that, yeah, we didn't watch Corpse Party during the watch along today. I completely forgot about it yesterday that I meant to finish the chapter so that we can watch the anime. It doesn't make a lot of sense to watch the anime if we haven't finished the game. So that'll be next week. Yeah. And I'm pretty confident that I can finish chapter 5 next next Friday. Thank you for the sub, Austin. Thank you. Thank you. I'm always confused if that's like if you subbed for 4 months or if that is just an announcement, because I think you may have subbed for a longer period of time and you could just say, yo, listen, it's my 4th month. But thank you. Thank you. I kind of forgot. Well, yes, I was talking about Corpse Party. Right. I'm pretty confident that I can finish it next week. Yeah. And then we can watch the anime. I don't think the extra chapters are necessary for watching the anime, if I remember correctly. But again, I'm not entirely sure what the extra arcs or chapters include, so we'll see. 4 months since got affiliate? Yeah. Man, time has gone by so fast. It has gone by so fast. I can't believe that I started streaming only 4 months ago. Was it 4 months? Oh, math. Yeah. It's been 4 months. It's crazy. It feels like it's only been like a month. It feels like a very short amount of time. Time really has been flying. I can't believe it. It's a very strange feeling. But yeah, we ended up watching Silent Hill lore videos, and oh my god. Gosh, I've watched a couple of videos on the lore, but this one that we watched was by far my favorite one. It went so in depth on everything, and my goodness, it is insane. All the small details of it. And it makes me all the more excited for Omori because when we watched that video, I was like, oh my god, this is so similar to Omori in a way. Like the overall, I'm not gonna say too much, but it's kind of similar, and it's really nice. So I'm really excited because we can have similar trauma, just in a different game, different package, same trauma. Yeah, trauma! It was really good as far as psychology and analysis. It was amazing. I really liked that video. So this is why I actually did like and subscribe. I did not turn on the notification bell because God forbid I ever get a notification on my phone. I have basically everything turned off. Except Discord, I think. Yeah. So no notification bell for me, but that's okay. Yeah. The endings were kind of wild. I don't understand why there was that dog/Russian ending. That was crazy. That's who is really behind Silent Hill, the dog. And Russian James. I don't know what the fuck happened there. But it was crazy. And the alien abduction ending, my goodness. I don't even know what to say to that. That was for sure something. But yeah, it made me appreciate the game a lot more. And why? I really want to play the game from start to finish now. Again. Yeah, I might do that in my off time. That was definitely the true ending. The dog one. That was the best ending. The dog made me very happy, and his little bouncy paws, very cute. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll play the game again on my off time. I was thinking of making like a second channel for just random playthroughs, but I don't know. That feels kind of unnecessary. I feel like I could just play it on my own, and the same amount of people would join. Can I get a second speedrun trophy? Ah, hell yeah. I still can't believe they gave me the complete under 10 hours achievement just like that. In no world did I achieve that I deserve that achievement. That's what I meant to say. In no world did I finish the game in under 10 hours. No way. No matter how you look at it. I was happy it was a Shiba. Yeah! How do you deal with... wait. Were Shiba Inus the one that I think of? No, it was Huskies. Huskies were the ones that were, like, insufferably loud. Shibas are... I don't think they are like that. It's just Huskies, I think. Although, isn't Shiba... don't they also have, like, Husky mixed in a little bit? I don't know much about Shiba Inus, to be honest. I know that it's a Japanese breed from the name. Because Inu means dog, I think. Shibas aren't too loud. Yeah, I didn't think so. It was mostly just Husky. My parents had a Jack Russell Terrier. My god, that dog would never shut up. That dog was barking all day long. I loved him, but oh my god, it drives you insane. My current dog is very much the opposite now. Very, very quiet. They're one of 6 native Japanese breeds, unrelated to Husky though. I feel like they look similar-ish. Let me look at the picture. No, actually not that much now that I look at them. I mean... I I think it's just the pointy ears that throw me off in the pattern of the fur, but that's really it. They don't really look like huskies other than that. I guess the ears mainly threw me off. But yeah, Shiba Inus are so cute. They look like little teddy bears. I love them. I also really like huskies, but I don't think I could handle a husky. I don't think a lot of people can. You need to have a lot of time on your hands to be able to take care of a husky properly. I'm glad my dog is kind of a couch potato because she doesn't do anything. She just sleeps all day. She's just like... And, yeah. She enjoys going out. Sometimes it depends on the weather, but she's happy to be home and sleep as well, which is really funny. Except when you got snackies? Yeah, she gets really excited over snackies. Hyperactive, yeah. She goes insane for the snacky. Okay, but I think we can get started with Higurashi now. I will try to remember to show off the design that I've been working on sometime during the stream. I kind of also want to wait and see if like Aki comes in because I know Aki is really excited to see my art. So I was like, maybe I should wait. I don't know if they can make it today though. So I'll just show it sometime during the stream. Yeah. Okay, but let's get into this. Snackies? Everyone gets excited over snackies, not just the doggos. Me too. Ended up demolishing a whole bowl of popcorn and like little wafers, sweet wafers. And then I just ate dinner. So much food. Did we read this? I have to think. Oh wait, there's more pages? I guess we did. Late night phone call. Ah, yes, I remember. Request denied. We do not get the warrant for searching the Sonozaki estate, I think? Still waiting for lunch. What time is it for you? Like, almost 12 p.m.? Yeah, it's lunchtime. What are you getting for lunch? Pizza? Pizza? Oh, actually, let me take off my sweater. It's like, it gets very warm inside this apartment, and especially this room when my PC is running. It just gets really warm all of a sudden. All right. Every Saturday, my great aunts next door cook a family lunch. Ooh, that is fancy. At around 1 p.m. Oh man. I wish we were able to do that in my family, but like, a lot of my family does not live in Germany. Only my close relatives live in Germany. The rest of my family, I'm lucky to see them once in my life. So yeah, no family lunches for me. Okay. Ooh, that was really loud. I'm sorry. That was my bottle. Okay, but let's get reading. This is chapter 11, so I'm guessing we're like really close to the end, so prepare for spooky times. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon like I wasn't every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. That could be me. I wake up at like around 6 a.m. during the week, but I definitely do not wake up around 6 a.m. during the weekend. My gosh. Trauma never ends. Never does. Do we want it to end though? I like the trauma. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Man, I want to try a futon one day. I don't know, they look kind of comfy. I'm someone who also enjoys sitting on the floor. Like, I spent a long time eating on the floor and everything. Not off the floor, but like on the floor. I guess I can turn up the game volume a little bit. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ、ゆうべはお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの?
So then, you were out last night with all your friends looking for them?
3時くらいまでかな。
Until about 3, I think.
うん。
Yeah.
結局見つかったの?
Did you find them?
そのリカちゃんとサトコちゃんは。
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean... Crunch. It really bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Man, this must be horrifying. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I really like that the phone ringing and the doorbell are like... I don't know. Stress factors for me now. Every time I hear that ringing or that bell, it just stresses me out so much. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door.
おはよ
Good morning.
う。少しは眠れたかな
Did you get any sleep? Did you?
何時間寝れたんだろうな。
I think I slept for a few
多
hours.
分、鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
You could probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. How many toes does a chicken even have? Like 4? 3? They've trained us, yeah. Oh yeah, the new emote. It got verified so quickly. Yeah. Rena seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校、行くか。
Are you going to school?
うん、
Yeah,
その方がね。
I think it would be better that way. She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Stiffly? I don't know. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
今日お休みしたら、きっとケイチくんは病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。
That is true. Distraction helps. I guess, although you probably can't focus on school right now either. If you stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying non-stop and sleeping.
私、そんなの嫌だから。
I don't want that.
だから、一緒に学校に行こう。
So let's go to school together.
わかった。
Alright,
ちょっと待っててくれ。
wait just a moment.
すぐ支度するから。
I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. She's such a good friend in this specific timeline. I can see why Diana would ship them. I can see it. I do too, kind of. A little bit. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us. Oh, right! We had the theory that Mion would also disappear since she's the head of the family. But then again, the actual head of the family, like on paper, I think. What was her name? I don't remember. The old lady at the Sonozaki house. I think she's also missing, or at least they suspect that she is. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
I guess Mi-chan couldn't wake up today, huh?
あ、そうか。
That's right.
あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。
For her, it wasn't just yesterday. Yeah, probably never ended.
一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
She was up all night looking for the mayor the night before last, too. We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged
どうす
glances.
る
What do we do?
もう少し待つか
Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san left me with last night. Right, we met up with him. Oh, or, well, it's not like we had a choice. He basically dragged us into his car. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have? No, that couldn't be.
行こう。
Stay positive, you know? Let's
今
go.
日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
Let's let her sleep for the day. Rana gave me a pat on the back.
ミオン本当にいるよな
Mion, she's still here, right?
Hmm?
Don't say stuff like that. Don't worry people like that. Huh?
何か言ったかな？
Did you say something?
いや独り言
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself.
行こうぜ
Let's get moving. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
おはようございます。
Good morning! The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
前原くん、おはよ
Why does he have a sword? Self-defense? We're taking classes now? Maibara-kun, good
う。
morning.
龍宮くん、おはよ
Ryugu-kun, good morning.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。
Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom.
いいかね。
Alright. Rana and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. I'm gonna stab some
皆
people.
さん、おはようございます。
Thank you for the lurk, Brahma. Enjoy it. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now had disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teachers as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。
First, the principal has something important to tell everyone.
校長先生、どうぞ。
Go ahead, Mr. Principal. The principal cleared his throat and approached the dice? Dice? What is that? A low platform for a lectern or throne. Okay, so it's this thing here? Is that a desk? I can't tell. Or maybe, oh no, this is like the back of the classroom. That doesn't make sense. The front of the classroom that we can't see. Whoops.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろ
I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. This must be horrifying. These are all, like, very young children. They don't know what's happening. They only know that their friends are disappearing one by one, and it's a very scary thought. They steadily spread throughout the whole classroom. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。
Okay, everyone, pay attention.
今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。
From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. This is also like really rough on the parents because first off, you're like scared to death that your child is gonna disappear, but also now you have to watch your child like a hawk. You have to take your child to school, you have to pick your child up from school every single day. This takes a toll on everyone.
保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。
For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups.
プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。
I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents.
いいですね。
Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just cancelled school today. However, Dana told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be cancelled.
では授業を始めます。
Well then, let's begin the lesson.
委員長はお休みですね。
Yeah. Class president, she's absent, I see.
では日直号令。
Then, whoever is on day duty, let me hear it. They just have to pretend like this is a normal day to not worry everyone more than they already are. Just gotta move on. Cute teacher? Yeah, we love tea, eh? Tea? Tea? Welcome in, Kuro. How are you today? Welcome in.
起立。
All right. That feeling of wanting to remain an everyday... That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. Especially for the younger children. As for the teacher, who had always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had a laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Dana brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Oh my god, right, it's just these two! It's just us two! Gosh, I forgot. Basically, everyone else is gone. We don't have any other friends at this school, man. Okay, not bad. That's good. Really hype about Withering Wave 2.0. Oh, I haven't really been paying attention to Withering Waves a whole lot. I know it's actually quite popular. Is the story good? Had a very nice drinking session with my friend yesterday too. That's good. I hope you had lots of fun. But yeah, I don't even know what characters are in Withering Waves, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really follow any other gacha games except the Hoyoverse ones. Especially, I feel like the one that I catch up the most with is really just Genshin because I kind of play it every once in a while. Has a fun combat system? Oh, what's it like? It's fine. You don't sound that hyped. Characters are gorgeous? Okay, now I'm curious. I haven't seen their characters a whole lot. Oh my gosh. You're right. You're right. Oh no. Oh, they're beautiful. Oh my god. Why did I look at these? These just make me feel worse about the design I worked on so hard. Gosh, they're beautiful. What? Oh, I have an instant favorite. I don't know what her name is. Rokia? Rokia? My god, she is beautiful. Who's this? Brent? Brent! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're beautiful. Oh no. For me, I'm just more for the character in combat than the actual story. Oh, that's fair. For me, Genshin, I really like the combat, but I also personally love the story. Not the way the storytelling goes, but the story itself I really like. So I'm a big story fan, if you couldn't tell by the by my game of choice. Little like Genshin, but it flows better and incorporates parries. I haven't played too much of it though. Oh no. Oh gosh. Okay. Maybe I'll try it out. Oh, I can't. I can't. I have to work on stream stuff. I can't get sucked into games. Drip marketing on 2.0 is just amazing. Yeah, I saw. If that was the one that I just saw. It's the latest ones that I've seen. They look amazing. That is so good. You haven't seen my new one. Actually, since we're talking about it, I guess I can show it off a little bit. I can show you the colors of it, so you can give me some feedback. Rokia is adorable. Yeah, she looks so cute. Shorekeeper. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my god. She's beautiful. This game is gorgeous. What? Oh my god. Time to get sucked in. Because a suitcase that has a monster as a weapon. Ooh. They just decided to show not the usual 2 characters. They just drop 5 character. Yeah. All 5 of them. Is Withering Waves really generous with the free stuff that they give out? Or is it like Genshin where you're like struggling to survive with your primo gems? But yeah, since I was talking about my design that I was working on, I guess I can show it off like now since I just thought of it. I can find the thing. It doesn't work as per usual. Oh, it works. There you go. You can see it. Very small. It's intentionally very small, but you can still see the colors. I'm very bad when it comes to colors, which is why my current design is like very, very basic. I worked a long time on it. I wouldn't say that I didn't put any thought in it, but my gosh, I really avoided colors with this one. It was a struggle to even put in yellow and a bright red, you know? So this one is something else, for sure. It's very colorful. I'm not gonna zoom in because it's supposed to be kind of a surprise, but I tried my best to incorporate more colors. Really generous? Oh gosh, oh gosh. 1 free 5-star character that is best Electro main DPS? Okay, man. I gotta try it then. Because my gosh, the characters look beautiful. I really hope the story is good too. Looks amazing, thank you! Squinting and I only see greatness. I really want to zoom in. I really want to talk about it, but also I want to keep it a little bit of a surprise. So we're keeping it small. I'm trying my best not to zoom in accidentally, you know, let the mouse wheel slip. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll make some changes, but I kind of like how colorful it is. And this also matches with something that is gonna come as well. That is still a very big surprise. I don't think anyone has seen it except me. So yeah, it's a big surprise. And this matches with it. But yeah, this is for the big project that I was talking about. But it is still 90% a secret. You know that it has something to do with the new design. So yeah. Cutscene. A cinematic. Ooh. Ooh. And with how gorgeous the characters look, I imagine the cutscenes are absolutely beautiful. The price is good. Yeah. Really like their designs in PGR. What is PGR? Especially Selena Tempest? Not Selena Gomez. Oh, punishing. Yeah. You mentioned that. Grey Ravens. Yeah. I like her design too. I like the little chess piece that she has I can show it for people that don't know what I'm talking about. This part looks really good. I really like that part. You can see my mouse. I don't think you can. Like this front part looks really nice. Looking forward to it. I'm so excited. Can't wait. Fishing, Grey Raven, the other. Yeah. Kuro Games. What a coincidence. Look at her skin too. Some of the Tempest. Area of the Nymph. Ooh. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh no. I wonder how people keep up with so many gacha games. I could never. I know that people love collecting the characters, but I can only hold so many characters dear to my heart. And if I see beautiful characters like her, I'm just like, oh no. And they will replace with someone even more beautiful. And it just keeps going. That's how they get you. That will fuel my addiction. A new frame version for her. It's so pretty. Oh. Enemy turning into a playable character. Oh, they like to do that, huh? I guess you could say Genshin kind of did that as well with Wanderer. If you can consider him an enemy, more like an antagonist, really. Lilith, who has a huge yandere vibe. Oh no. Oh yeah, I can see what you mean. Oh, the first image I see is basically just Gasai, 2.0. My gosh. Oh, why is she beautiful? Oh no, beautiful woman. How will I survive? Okay, but let's get back into an empty classroom, basically. Not surviving this, yeah. I hope you don't spend money because that's gonna be painful. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね。
I'm sleepy.
あ
Yeah,
あ、でももうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。
I don't feel like sleeping anymore
む
though.
しろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel.
そうかもね。
Man, she's not our bright usual self. I feel so bad. Ah, you're right. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Oh, we haven't had a bot snipe in a while. Thank you for your service, Snipe Bot, and also Seri Bot. Teamwork! With PGR is going with our character in the direction of Withering Wave so far. God bless my wallet. Oh no! Monthly sub in the battle pass, and it's doing wonders for me. Yeah, they do a lot. That really helps. The Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this
遠
morning.
慮なくつっつけよ。
Grab anything you want.
今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
Go ahead. You can admit that my bento is better today.
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。
Okay, then I'll have some.
ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
I don't know, it's kind of cute to me that they always share their lunch together. It's very wholesome. Wow, a chikuwa roll with perilla and cheese? That's interesting. Now I have to look up what a chikuwa roll is. What is that? Surimi? Huh.
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
Rena, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by the gloominess.
こうして二人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってると、なんだかだよね。
Pretty tasty, I feel kind of hungry. Oh yeah. I just ate dinner and lots of snacks, but I still feel hungry. It is, we're never saturated. Just the two of us sharing our lunches like this, it's sort of like something. Like a date, kind of. Our laughter grew quieter. Oh man, they're allowed to be happy, even though it's a sad situation. I was the first one to mess
ご
up.
めん。
Sorry.
悪かった。
I mean, well, I'm sorry.
いいよ。
No, it's okay.
仕方ないよ。
It's not your fault. Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、
Hmm.
どこに行ったんだろうな。
Yeah, it's no use suppressing your feelings. Rika-chan, Satoko, I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath.
昨日ね、ケイチくんがいなくなってる間に、いろいろと話を聞いてたから、レナの知ってる限りを話すね。
Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things, so I'll tell you what I know, okay?
ゆうべはすまなかった。
Sorry again about last night.
頼む。
Go ahead. At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the ladies' society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all of the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it.
でも、結局何もわからなかったんだろう。
They didn't know anything important though, did they?
学校が終わってから家に帰って、二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は、全く。
Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school and then apparently went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that, Mion had told me yesterday. We had no clues.
うん。
Yeah.
警察の人も、家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。
The police also said that they probably went out on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home.
家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところと言ったら、街かもしれないでしょ。
If they were going out to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, then they might have gone into
だか
town.
ら、沖宮の街でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。
So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okinomiya. I mean, did they see them at home? Maybe they never got home.
警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
The police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning. In town, it makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. Pretty good one, I would say. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog, too, I think. The dog was a metaphor for, I think, the curse? Oyashiro-sama? With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant. Oh, maybe... The dog being the curse, maybe, and the curse affecting someone like Mion, for example, who is clearly not, normal at the moment. So maybe that's what she meant, not the actual cat Mion? If that makes sense, not the innocent Mion, but the possessed by the curse Mion, maybe? I still don't trust her. Mion, I mean. I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it! I had selfishly put my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch. I mean, she is a child after all.
行くわけないと思うんだ。
I don't think she'd go into
ケイ
town.
チ君もそう思う？
You think so too, Keiichi-kun?
レナもそう思うよ。
I agree.
リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have disappeared in Hinamizawa. I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
I'm going to go rinse this out. They're so diligent. I never... Like, when I eat lunch from my lunchbox, I don't rinse that out. I take it home and I rinse it out at home, but I don't rinse it out at work. They're so diligent. She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. Time to rinse out the bento box, which is code for let's talk about serious shit. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Rena didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. Oh gosh. The water flowed down into our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが街に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて。
The whole thing about Rika and Satoko going to town to play and then
なん
disappearing.
だか腑に落ちなくて。私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの。
That didn't make any sense for some reason, so I decided to investigate a little bit by myself.
聞いた？
Who did you ask?
何を？
What did you ask them about?
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。
I asked the Ladies' Society all kinds of
昨
things.
日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ。
There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember?
富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
The old lady from the Tomita Tofu shop came too. The Tomita Tofu shop. Oh, I remember. This also makes me remember that I heard someone at work talking about how they dislike tofu because it feels like rubbery and stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck kind of tofu are you eating that is rubbery? The only rubbery thing I've ever eaten was like that grilled cheese. I don't know if that's what you call it in English too, but we have like something that we call grilled cheese. And it's I don't know. It's a very hard to describe texture. It's really hard to chew, and it makes the squeaky sound when you eat it, and it's like the weirdest experience ever. And tofu is not like that at all. Tofu is like very soft, especially if you get like, what is it called? Silky tofu? Silken tofu? It's like basically pudding consistency. It's so soft and nice. So, I don't know, all this talk about tofu just made me remember that comment, and I couldn't understand what kind of tofu he was referring to because no tofu I have ever eaten has tasted like rubber. Mapo tofu? I've heard of that before, but I don't know actually what that dish is. Oh my god, that looks so good. Oh no. Oh gosh, that looks so good. But it seems to be like a spicy dish. I probably couldn't handle it. But it looks really good. Oh no, now I'm getting even more hungry. Stop talking about food. Then please. No more food talk. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
Also kind of interesting how big tofu is in these Asian countries. Like here in Germany, you never see people eat tofu unless they go on a no meat diet, right? Here, like people eat lots of meat. Basically, my coworkers, they eat lunch at the cafeteria and they eat meat basically every single day. Morning, lunch, and dinner. And it's kind of crazy how that isn't the case at all for these like Asian countries. They'll eat all sorts of things, not just meat. Especially since tofu has like a lot of protein as well. It's not like you're missing out on a whole lot there. Tofu got me thinking of... Yeah. It's spicy depending on how spicy they want to make it. Oh, I probably can't handle it at all. Like, I go to this ramen shop every once in a while, and they have really low spice levels there. But even if I get like the lowest level, it's too much. I usually end up being really really hot while eating the soup. I mean, it's hot. The soup is hot, you know, temperature wise, but also when it's like hot in terms of spice level, it just makes me sweat. And I'm just like, you know, aside from the pain that I'm feeling, it tastes really good. They have this really amazing, like, spicy oil that they put on their stuff and this spicy paste that they also mix into it. But gosh, it is spicy for sure. So I always just ask them to leave out the spice because I know I won't be able to handle it. I mean, rice, some more rice in Asian country. To be honest, I eat lots of rice too. People in Germany don't eat a lot of rice. They are more likely to eat potatoes. But I don't know. Kind of, my family ate a lot of rice. So I just keep doing that. I really love rice. Spicy Korean noodle. Oh, God. I used to eat these, like, spicy Korean... I think that was, like, a challenge for a while. Like, the spicy Korean noodles. I forgot the brand name. Gosh, I used to eat those every once in a while. And Jesus Christ. It was really, really tough to eat. I never got used to the spice level. Guess I know what I'm making to eat on an empty stomach at 1 a.m. Oh my god, it's like really late for you. I don't know if eating spicy Korean noodles at 1 a.m. is a good idea, but, you know, gotta eat some snack. Okay. The old lady says she remembers Satoko stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school.
豆腐
Tofu?
学校の帰り道にだろ
Well, it's on the way home, right?
それが何か手がかりになるのか
How is that a clue?
いいから聞いて。
Just listen.
リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと覚えてるかな？
Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house? Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。
There was a pot on her gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it.
中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。
I think there was probably about half of it inside.
残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。
The rest was in the refrigerator, so they definitely made it home, and they ate some miso soup.
冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。
They must have been planning to make chilled tofu.
お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
It was on a plate in a plastic wrap. As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's
で
room.
もレナそれが何だって言うんだ
Still, Rena, why does this matter?
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun,
お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。
when you make miso soup, you put the tofu in
つまり
last.
お料理してたリカちゃんかもしくはさとこちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
That means Rika-chan or Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it up until right before dinner time.
夕食の時間の直前まで
Yeah, that's pretty late. What time did Keiichi go to her house? 10 p.m.? 11 p.m.? Right up until dinner time. Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たらすごく不吉祥だった。
So either they left on their bikes or someone took their bikes and threw them away to make it seem like they never got home in the first place. The trash in the countertop bin was put in there awkwardly too.
食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、さとこちゃんがすることもあるの。
Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does it
だ
too.
からその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理したんだね。
So Satoko-chan was cooking that night.
それってつまり
So
サ
that
トコに
means
関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか
that Satoko at least didn't go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner? That's unusual though, isn't it? Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
それで私、炊飯釜も見てみたの。
Then I took a look at the rice cooker and
炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
there was rice for two still in there.
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど2人とも夕飯は食べなかった
So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it.
そういうことか
Is that it? Rena nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。
The things you can gather from just looking at someone's kitchen. So next, I looked in the fridge.
そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。
There was some chilled tofu made from the other half that they bought.
それだけじゃない。
That's not all either.
お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
There were a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap. You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers from the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう。
That's right.
ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。
You use plastic wrap to save leftovers for
冷
later.
蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
So the fact that they were in the fridge means that they didn't plan on eating them that night, at least.
そういうことになるのか
Is that what it means?
ケイチくん、もっとよく考えて。
Keiichi-kun, think a little harder.
お夕飯を全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。
Their dinner was totally untouched and
ど
wrapped
ういう
up.
ことだと思う？
What do you think that means? That seems intentional to me, like they left on purpose. Like if you were abducted in the middle of the night randomly, you wouldn't wrap up your dinner if you didn't know you were not going to be home, right?
じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ
Well, that means that they didn't need to eat dinner anymore.
外食とか出前とかで
So they would have gone out to eat or ordered
そ
takeout.
れも突然にね。
It must have been really sudden too.
前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。
If they had decided to do that beforehand, they wouldn't have made anything, but
そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。
there was dinner for the two of them.
つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
That means that when Sadako-chan was making their dinner, they really thought they were going to eat it until right before they didn't.
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか
Yeah, it is. I don't know why he's so shocked about this. So then, the theory about the two of them going on to play and then disappearing is wrong.
そう。
Yep.
つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。
They disappeared after making dinner, and right before they ate it. So I guess if they had the time to wrap up their food, if they really did decide to eat somewhere else, they should have gotten some kind of information from any of the locales in the story. But they said that they were making phone calls to like all sorts of different houses and restaurants and stuff like that. But I don't think they mentioned anything about having any info on them being there. So I guess if they're still missing, they either went missing on the way to someone else's house or restaurant, or they were abducted by a very kind and sweet person who let them wrap up their dinner before taking them.
多分7時頃くらい。
Probably around 7 o'clock.
そんな時間に食事もせずに二人はどこへ行ったんだ？
Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating?
当然そこに行き着くよね。
That's obviously where this is leading.
ケイチくん覚えてるかな？
Keiichi-kun, do you remember?
折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったの。
On their fold-out table, there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder. There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね。
The container for the soy
空っ
sauce.
ぽだったの。
It was empty.
もう一滴も入ってなかった。
There wasn't even a drop
こ
left.
れじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。
Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it.
だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
So I looked under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they
よ
have.
くそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff. I mean, I guess she's known them for a while. She has been there a couple of times, I assume. So let me guess. The bottle was empty? Or like close to being empty? So they might have gone out to buy more soy sauce?
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before. Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら、
Hmm.
醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
I'm guessing they ran out. Then when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all.
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味になるんだ？
It wasn't there. What does that mean?
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。
Everything I'm going to say from here on is just Rena's
だか
idea.
ら最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
So please listen until the end without saying anything. Last night, Sadako was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably laying down, watching a variety show or something. Sadako put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. Or that, I guess you do that in the
俺
countryside.
ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって分けてもらえるものなのか？
I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce? Given Rika's reputation, I am 100% sure that someone would be giving them soy sauce.
うん。ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいことじゃないよ。
Yeah, it's not all that uncommon in Hinamizawa. Sorika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. So someone must have received a call, maybe. She seems to be oddly knowledgeable about them. I mean, they've been friends for years. So I would assume that you know a lot about them. I mean, these are also like young children who live on their own. It might be good to like keep an eye on them. And remembering stuff like that about them. Now that I think about it, why did the village think it was a good idea to leave Rika and Satoko stay with just the two of them? I guess because they thought it was okay, since a lot of people live nearby and can just come up and check on them. I guess they didn't anticipate them to just go missing one day, because Hinamizawa is a really close-knit community, and with so many eyes on Rika, I guess they just assumed she'd be fine. But, you know, things happen, and you can't foreshadow this. This is really unfortunate, but you can't know this is gonna happen beforehand. I guess they just assumed that people watching out for them would be enough, but it isn't. They're still just children. I mean, this was like in what, 1980 something? Things were a little different back then, I think, especially like in Japan. From what I've heard, children are expected to be like very self-reliant from very early on. Like very young children will walk to school all on their own, to get used to it slowly, to be on their own. Also, there's gonna be an ad break in literally 1 second, so if you need to take a break, feel free to take that break. Rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. I guess I'll also move around a bit, stretch a bit, you know, get that back cracking, drink some water. Let me put this up. Children should have guardians and all. I agree. I think it's probably not like that anymore. Sadako maybe, but leaving someone like Rika on their own seems sus. Yeah, I would also assume that she's like a person of interest for some people who might be of another political opinion. But yeah, as I said, I think they just really thought that by keeping an eye on them, they'd be safe. But yeah, the ad break has just started, so I'm gonna be taking a quick break to stretch and drink up. So I will be right back. Actually, just for fun, get that spooky up on the screen big. And I guess let's turn on some music. I've been listening to the Corpse Party music the entirety of yesterday. So let's enjoy that some more, I guess. There you go. I'll be right back. I made it back. Hello. Hope you've been enjoying the music. I've been listening to this music on repeat for the last 24 hours, basically. Ever since we heard it in the game last night, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to listen to this on repeat. It's such a great soundtrack, in my opinion. Sorry to cut the music off at such an epic moment, but there we go. Hope everyone was able to have a quick break. All right. Right. Okay. Katoko called the house where Rika was asking for some soy sauce. Could Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like
う
this.
ちに食事の用意があるからさとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。
We have plenty of food here, so you could come too, Satoko.
リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって。
Rika-chan has already
きっ
eaten.
とそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
I think that's how they called her out there. Oh gosh. It might have been someone that they trusted, right? Someone that they were close to? Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. And Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika-chan was.
でもすでにこの時点でおかしいの。
Okay, but this is already pretty
食
strange.
事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrive at your house. That is not something that children think about, unfortunately. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra
た
people.
またま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
Could it just have been a coincidence that they made too much?
それでも絶対に考えられない。
It's still unthinkable. Rena flatly denied me.
だってリカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。
Yeah, she'd be pissed. I mean, Satoko would be pissed to find out that she put in all of that work for no reason. Since Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she?
どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste. This was all only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. Veteran housewife? Yeah, they should know how much food they need to prepare for all the people in the household. But maybe, you know, living close to Rika, they would make more, maybe? But that seems unlikely. It was the only hope of Ray we had to topple the situation bereft of clues.
じゃあレナ、
Did I say hope of Ray? Ray of hope, my gosh. Then, Rena,
リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
where did Rika-chan go to get soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it's suspicious that she'd been invited over for dinner. Oh, I don't know where Mion lives, but please don't tell me it's the Sonozaki residence. So, who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここまで。
That's all for Rena's guesses.
あくまでも想像だからね。
These are all just ideas, okay?
警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
Keep them a secret from the police. Why would I not tell the police? That seems like good guesswork. Wouldn't that help, you know, with finding them faster?
隠すことはないんじゃないか？
What is there to hide? Exactly.
仮に半分しか合ってないとしても、きっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
Even if only half of what you say is right, it should be a good clue for all of this.
ケイチくん、これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。
Keiichi-kun, this all means suspecting someone from Hinamizawa. I mean, I think we're far beyond that point now.
確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
We can't suspect anyone without a really good reason. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Then I cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Kind of dying from the spicy noodle. And loving it too. You know, you should drink some milk. I think that helps. Eat some bread. I think that also helps. Well, but I'm glad you're enjoying the spicy noodles at least. Hope they taste great. Let's think about this in my own way. Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. Maybe Rena knows, or maybe she has a suspicion, but she doesn't want to say it because, you know, it could be Mion, possibly? I have a very big suspicion that it is Mion. You know, based on, it feels like every chapter, one of her friends is gonna go cuckoo crazy and, you know, might kill their friends. And since Mion is already confirmed to be cuckoo crazy in this chapter, I'm pretty sure that they probably went over to her house. Since they're so close, they wouldn't think twice about going there. I'm drinking Kahlua milk. What is Kahlua milk? The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitaka-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then what about Sadako? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Sadako, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Who would it be? Who would it be? Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I would still tolerate it. Kahlua is coffee liquor? So imagine chocolate milk. But coffee doesn't taste like chocolate. Coffee has a very distinct taste. Very different from chocolate. But I guess the texture? Now I'm craving chocolate milk. I need to get chocolate milk during the next ad break. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. The taste is like chocolate milk. Interesting. I have to look that up. That sounds really delicious. Kahlua milk. I wrote it down. I don't think we have that here in Germany, probably. We have basically nothing here. But, ouch, that was my shoulder. I'll try looking for it. Maybe I can find something like that. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. It's kind of like making my own drink. That is fair. Because I usually prefer my drinks sweet, but that's not what most people drink when drinking alcohol. Oh, yeah. You did say liquor. You did say liquor. I personally will say I don't like alcohol, really. But when I do drink anything containing alcohol, I do prefer it sweet. But also, I'm a sweet drink enjoyer. I take everything very sweet. My coffee, my tea, everything. So I totally get that. That kind of sounds dangerous for me. Because if it tastes like chocolate milk, boy, oh boy. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Could somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And then put an end to all of this. Xian's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
前原君、昼休みは終わりであるぞ。
That's torture. But I feel like they're looking at the situation the wrong way. I don't think they are the targets for this. They think that they are because they're heavily involved with this, and they will definitely feel guilty for all of these disappearances and deaths for sure. But in the end, it's really not their fault. They probably... Whoever is doing this probably knows that Xian and KT are just, people who just wanted to get a quick look at what was inside. They weren't actually involved with anything. Not alcoholic, but I just like exploring drink combinations and the flavor and fruit pairing. That's nice. A lot of people like that. As long as you do it, carefully and you don't go overboard, I think that is okay and that is completely fair to try out things that you might find interesting. As long as, it doesn't become a problem. Maibara-kun, lunch break is
教
over.
室に戻りなさい。
Go back to the classroom. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another, and in the end, it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined.
本当にいいのか？
Will you be alright?
一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
It's not safe to go alone.
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチくんだって同じくらい不用心だよ。
It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back,
ま
Keiichi-kun.
だ明るいんだもの。
It's still light out anyway.
大丈夫。
I'll be fine.
そうか。
I see.
じゃあ気をつけてな。
Then be careful, okay? Yeah.
あれ？
Huh?
あれ、警察の人じゃないかな。
Isn't that a policeman? Something I quite like also is black tea with cinnamon and a few drops of smoky whiskey. Wow. That is really experimental. I've never heard anyone describe what you just described. That does sound interesting. I mean, as long as it tastes good to you, that's nice. Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Yeah, he said that he would be coming by every single day. From out of that car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。
TLDR, black tea and adding cinnamon give a smoky taste to it. Yeah, I mean, black tea, I feel like has a very strong taste, and then you add something that has a really strong taste as well. I don't know. That sounds reasonable. Hello, River. How are you? Let me give you a shout out. I hope I'm using the correct one. River. There you go. Yeah. Welcome in. How are you? Adding a few drops. Oh yeah, I already read that. Whoops. Oh no, it's a new message. Smoky whiskey adds the smokiness, makes it nice. I would have guessed that it makes it more smoky. Just drawing, feeling depressed, so and doodling on paper helps. Aw, no. I hope you feel better soon. I didn't know you draw. If you want to share any of your art, feel free to, you know, if you want to. Otherwise, just feel free to kick back and relax, you know. Wind down a bit and hopefully you'll feel better soon. It adds to that, and the scent, yeah. Lots of nice smelling things. Black tea is one of the teas that smells the best to me personally. I don't know. I just really like the way most black teas smell. They have that really strong tea smell to them. I don't personally enjoy drinking it too much though. I am a sweet tea enjoyer. Rena, you should go.
あいつに絡まれると長い。
If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours.
でも
But
どうして警察の人が圭一君に用があるんだろう
what do the police want with you? With you? Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the
俺
truth.
は犯人じゃない。
I'm not the culprit.
そんなの知ってるよ
I know that.
でも事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something
今
dirty.
度話すよ。
I'll tell you next time. Okay,
待ってるね
I'm looking forward to it. She's so understanding and sweet, man. You know, when she's not trying to kill us, she's so nice. Whiskey with tea is not exactly something new, just that people don't mention it much. Yeah, I haven't heard it before.
じゃあ早く行きな。
Get going then. Man, she's so sweet. Ah, it's a shame that she was the one that, you know, got creepy real fast first. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over.
どうもどうも。
Hello,
お
hello.
帰りなさい、前原さん。
Welcome home,
どう
Maibara-san.
も。
Hello.
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。
Looks like your parents aren't here. Oh, perfect. Perfect to ambush
い
me.
やはや困っていたんですよ。
My, was I in a bit of a spot? He came all the way to my house? I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。
I think Dad got called out on
帰り
business.
は遅いと思いますよ。
I don't think he'll be back until later.
そうですか。
I see.
それは好都合です。
Well, that's convenient, I suppose.
親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. I don't want to get in the car!
警察に連行するんですか？
Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't a culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
あ、いえいえ、立ち話もなんですから。車の中でお話ししようってだけですよ。
No. I don't want to get in your car. I barely know you, dude. That's so creepy. Had the idea from cocktail, like hot toddy and hot butter rum? That sounds kind of nice. He's a policeman, though. Just because he's a policeman doesn't mean that he's a trustworthy person. There's plenty of policemen who do freaky, fucked up stuff. So that is not a reason for me to trust someone. You can do any job in the world. You can be a doctor, but if I don't know you, I don't fucking trust you. No, I don't want to stand around talking. We can just talk in the car, that's all.
さあさあどうぞどうぞ
Come now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. He can't force you. But he doesn't know this. He's a teenage boy, I guess. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. Talking about standing around and sitting in the car, let me actually do the exact opposite of what he is doing. Let me actually stand up. Okay, there we go. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter which must have been cleaned only
あ
rarely.
りゃ冷えすぎます
Oh, is it too
切
cold?
りましょうか
I'll turn the car off. Turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. That is a cool ass scene. I like this sentence about the Higurashi and the sudden sound of them crying. It's kind of nice. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that I had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか？
How's the investigation going?
捜査
The investigation?
何のですか
Of what?
最近はいっぱいありすぎてどれのことやら
There have been so many. Which do you mean?
全部です。
All of them.
いいですよ
Well, alright then.
本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですがあなたには特別に聞かせてあげましょう
They're officially secret investigations and we're under a media blackout, but I'll let you in on them. Well, I'm not media. But he's not doing this because I'm asking. He was planning to do this all along to make Keiichi fold even more and tell him more than we have to, really.
じゃあ最初の事件からいきます
Then, shall we start from the first incident? Oishi really loves to talk about creepy stuff with Keiichi. The freak deaths of Tomitaka-san and Takano-san on the night of the
こっち
Watanagashi.
はお恥ずかしいかなさっぱり進展なしです
On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all.
まずは富武さん
First of all, Tomitaka-san.
集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです
Right, I remember. Right, it wasn't just him scratching his own throat out, but also him fighting back against people with something that he grabbed and, swinging stuff around and getting hurt in the process of doing that. There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying.
何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが検出はされませんでした
Sorry, Oishi. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something, but we didn't detect anything.
高野さんはどんな感じなんです？
What about Takano-san?
同じくさっぱりです
The same. We're in the dark.
焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして
Autopsies for those who are burned to death are real tough. Yeah, you don't have a lot to go off on.
首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています
We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled, so at least she didn't have to be burnt alive.
管轄が岐阜県産でね
That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police
あちら
department.
さん自分たちの縄張りの事件だからって あんまり協力的じゃないんですよ。
They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory.
これは関係ない話ですね。
Oh, that's not really relevant, though. So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victim died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。
Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended.
高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、岐阜の山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
These are like really extreme deaths. Like, this is not something that you do to, rob someone, If you rob someone, you just want to get out of the situation quickly. This was done to torture them, first of all. They wanted them to die gruesome deaths. And the whole burning Takano, that's like for displaying purposes. They wanted to display her as if to show this is what happens when you mess with, I guess, Hinamizawa by breaking into the holy grounds of the shrine. It's a bit uncertain in Takano's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered about the same time as Tomitaka-san and dumped in the mountains of Gifu.
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょ
Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the
う。
mountains?
富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
They should have just brought Tomitaka-san out there too.
ありゃ。前原さん、あなたなかなかどうして鋭いですね。
Oh my, Maibara-san, you're quite sharp, you know that.
もちろん、私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。
Of course, I do believe that is something we need to be attentive of.
他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ現時点でお話しできるのはこのくらいです。
There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is all about all I can tell you at this point.
村長さんの方はどうですか？
How about the mayor?
何か手がかりはありましたか？
Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。
We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. I like that the Higurashi said in here too. It's kind of
手
creepy.
がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
We didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids.
古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。
People who've lived a long time have an unusual amount of
そ
pride.
れで村長さん、誰にも内緒で獅子村市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。
I was like, why is it relevant that he had hemorrhoids? But then they got to the point very quickly. So the mayor hadn't been telling anyone that he was going to see a proctologist at a certain university hospital in
失
Shishibone.
踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning. Even I knew that big hospitals like university hospitals had a really long waiting time. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。
The last time I went to the hospital, I was there for how long? It was really long. Like a solid 4 hours or something? Maybe more? Might have been 5? I don't remember anymore, but it was like a really long time. His exam ended at 1
その
p.m.
後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。
After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a
この辺り
magazine.
のことは、自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. There was nothing suspicious at all about that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。
He didn't take his wallet with me. I just reread that. He doesn't have his wallet on him. That day, he had planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening.
それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、 途中電車で人身事故がありましてね。
He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident.
どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。
Seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to
ご
start.
家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the
会
shrine.
合ってのは何だったんですか？
What was the meeting about?
確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
He disappeared on his way back home, right?
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。
The three families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting.
今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that happened again this year. So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart.
あれ？
どうなさいました？
What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? Huh? Huh? Oh god. I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Something important. The night of the Watanagashi, that was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. Oh. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. Hello, Tini! Welcome back! Or welcome at all! How are you? Hope you had fun with your friend. What did you miss? Let me think. This is a very intense scene, sorry. Let me get out of my head for a second. And get back in. So Rena realized that Satoko and Rika-chan probably made dinner before they disappeared. While making dinner, they realized they were out of soy sauce. So we assume that Rika went over to someone's house to ask for soy sauce, and Satoko got called over because they were like, oh yeah, Rika-chan is staying, you know, we have too much food, so she'll be eating with us. And they assumed that she probably went after her. And they didn't disappear by, you know, going out to the city to play or something like that. That was the theory that Rena and Keiichi came up with. And so now we're talking to Oishi-san, and while kind of reminiscing about the incidents that have happened so far, Keiichi just got a sudden realization, and that's what we're at right now. So not a lot has happened yet, just theorizing so far. I am doing good as well, thank you for asking. Rena is the good guy this time? I mean, I don't think there is really a good or bad guy, it's just, I feel like it's a case of possession, really. Being afflicted with the curse, I feel. But yeah, Rena doesn't seem to be affected at all. Nor does anyone else. I feel like it's just Mion at this point, who seems to be affected by the curse to some degree. Possession of some sort. But yeah, it turns out the mayor had hemorrhoids, and, well, he got a checkup at the hospital without telling his family. So that's where are we at right now. He got a checkup at the hospital. Ate something. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. from when he heard about the incident on the night of the Watanagashi until when he showed up at the assembly hall. Everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't even have called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maebara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maebara?
ケイちゃん、私どうしよ
Oh god, I got chills. I don't like the sounds. Kei-chan, what should I do?
どうした
What's wrong?
話せよ
Tell me.
俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ
She was the only one who talked to him. She was the last person to see him. What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right?
う。私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi
村
everything.
長さんに私、あの晩、最後でに忍び込んだこと打ち明けたんです。
That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Thank you for the hydrate, Zero. Welcome in. How are you? I reached 60k channel points. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. That's a lot of channel points. My gosh. I mean, once you get to 100k, you're basically 1/5 of the way there to get your doodle. Congrats!
誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
Also, that someone saw us and was out to get us. Right.
それで
What then?
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。
Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry.
そして、にっこり笑って、しおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら、鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
He smiled, then told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away.
笑いながら、任せなさい。
He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Hello! Rising will be there first. I think you also get more channel points if you have a sub. I think there's like a multiplier. I'm not sure though. So anyone who is subbed is probably going to get channel points a little bit faster. Just like Rika, yeah. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi Maebara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning at his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant,
前原さん
Maebara-san, are you alright?
やっぱり暑いならクーラー入れますよ
There is. It's gifted, but I get 60 instead of 50. That's not a big multiplier, but it is a multiplier nonetheless. If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner. Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its
前
shape.
原さん
Maibara-san,
もしもし
are you in there?
はい。
Yeah. Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。
I've tried to tell you everything I
お
know.
返しに今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいい
In
ですかね
return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maibara-san. I don't know. Is he gonna sell out Shion and tell Oishi, yo, my friend was the last person to see Mayor Kimiyoshi? Will Keiichi actually help out the police? My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think. I mean, that's not a good sign for Shion, but it doesn't mean that she did anything. It could have been a coincidence.
ほらほらまた黙り込む
Now, don't clam up
も
again.
し誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね
If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. Oh, I just thought of something. What if Xian told him and she got so scared that he might tell someone else and that someone else might punish her too? So she ended up killing him? And since Keiichi told Xian that he also told Rika, maybe she was the one who abducted them. But, I mean, I was gonna say, she couldn't have had enough time to get all the way over to Hinamizawa and abduct Rika. But then again, I forgot Keiichi took forever to actually get over to her house. So maybe during that time, she did kidnap not Xian, Rika? Gosh. Xian could get possessed too. Yeah. Oh my god. My brain is going crazy with the theories right now. Oh gosh. Now, don't clam up again. If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up
私は
first.
別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです
I don't think you're the culprit here or anything. Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult
あの
smile.
晩あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています
I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse
そ
that
の日
night.
にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね
My gosh, we were really sneaky, huh? Everyone in the village heard rumors about it by the next
それ自
day.
体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが問題はそれじゃない
That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the
そ
problem.
こで何があったかなんです
It's what was inside.
忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか
What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices? You don't want to know.
何もなかったです。
There wasn't anything. Sure there wasn't. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter
本
anymore.
当に何もなかったんですか
Very sneaky, yeah, with Keiichi turning on the light and everything. And them standing outside of the building for literally like 30 minutes or something. That's what it seemed like, just yapping away. Very sneaky indeed. Was there really nothing in
だっ
there?
て現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ
I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know?
しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に
Even the mayor and Rika's son, who switched the lock on the door, were sacrificed.
それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです
You don't know if they've been sacrificed, quote unquote. Maybe they're fine. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along. But again, that didn't matter
大
anymore.
昔に使った拷問道具がたくさんしまってありました。
Okay, we're just coming straight out with it. There were a lot of torture devices that were used a long
そ
time
れを
ago.
高野さんたちと見て回りました。
I looked around at them with everyone.
本当にそれだけ？
Was that really all?
本当にそれだけです。
That was really all.
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？
There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent.
例えば覚醒剤の山とか。
Oh? Like a pile of psychoactive drugs? No, nothing of the sort. I'm guessing he's asking about that because of Tomitaka-san and him, you know, clawing out his own throat.
消しの秘密工場があったとか。
Maybe a secret poppy
あ
workshop?
るいはソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど積まれていたと。
Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese
不
handguns?
審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
Fucking Oishi, such a conspiracy theory. I mean, there were weapons, but not Soviet or Chinese handguns, I suppose. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there. I feel like torture devices are worse than Soviet or Chinese handguns, but that's just my personal opinion. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there. There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。
I mean, I am sure that what we saw wasn't everything. We heard, or not we as Keiichi, but Shion and Tomitaka heard noises. And Shion at least also saw like a shadow up in the ceiling. So I'm guessing that there was definitely something else hidden away there. The noise may be coming from like a basement room or something like that. The shadow on the ceiling, I'm not so sure about. Where did he get the handgun theory from? I have no clue. I guess from them kind of being, you know, friendly with the Sonozaki family and them kind of being Yakuza. I guess maybe that's where he's getting his idea from. Not sure. Talking about shadows on the ceiling makes me feel really uneasy. I actually kind of looked up at the ceiling to be like, oh, is there anything up on my ceiling? I'm scared.
もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして。
We put in a request for a search warrant thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. Ugh, it's been the sabotage of the
信
century.
仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら。
They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in
い
Constitution.
やも
Ah, jeez.
う。だから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかなかったんですよ。
I mean, I'm not sure I agree. It's only a building. It's not like they're gonna ransack the place, you know? They're just going in there and looking around and stuff. I mean, it's not like in the movies where, you know, when the police kind of has a search warrant for someone's home, they'll take everything apart, you know, rip apart their bookcases, throw all the pillows on the floor, get that couch all separated. It's not like they would do that in this case. I feel like they carefully look around. Just, you know, have a good look. That's why I didn't have any other recourse but to ask you, since you went in there.
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。
There really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Even if it's a religious place, if there is a crime, it's allowed. Yeah. But I guess since they can't conclude that the crime has anything to do with them breaking into the ritual storehouse, they won't get a warrant for it. But also the Sonozaki family having their say in this matter and basically whining about them wanting to get a search warrant for that ritual storehouse makes it basically impossible for them to get a search warrant, even if there was like circumstantial evidence that this place was indeed connected to the disappearances and the deaths. There really was just old rusty dusted
他に
torture
目立つものなん
equipment.
て何もなかったです。
I like how he says just, as if that wasn't bad enough. Nothing else stood out.
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
Then Tomitaka-san and Takano-san were only killed as a punishment for having broken that taboo. I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。
I suppose I won't bother hiding it
あ
anymore.
なただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。
You're the only one to escape harm so far. What about Shion?
あなた以外は全員が消えたのにあなただけが無事なんです。
Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. Oh
あなたが無事であなた以外が被害に遭うどんな違いがあったのか。
no! Oh no! Oh, she's gone. Oh no! Oh god, that's the one person I didn't expect to disappear like that. Oh no! Hello, Amadeus. Hello, welcome in. How are you? Missed the start of the stream? I can try and recap. What happened? Yes. We're still in Watanagashi. Last time we left off with the search party for Rika-chan and Satoko-chan and, being held hostage in Oishi-san's car, and we are back in Oishi-san's car. Basically, Rana and Keiichi concluded that it was probably not the case that Satoko and Rika went to the other town to play. They probably got home, made dinner, and then realized they were out of soy sauce, and then Rika-chan went over to someone's house to borrow some soy sauce. And Satoko got called over like under the pretense that Rika-chan is staying for dinner or something like that. And that's how they disappeared. So they went to someone's house that they probably trusted, which instantly made me think of Mion. And now we learn from Oishi that, well, the mayor who disappeared, Shion told him about that, them breaking into the ritual storehouse. And apparently, apparently, that scared me. Apparently, there was no time on the day that she supposedly told him for her to have told him before he technically disappeared without a trace. And now we just learned that she is also missing. Mion is also currently missing that we know of. So yeah, basically everyone is gone. It's just Keiichi now. And now he's being questioned because of that. I was playing AI, the Somnian Files, and didn't check Twitch. That's okay, don't worry about it. That's also a game I have to play. It is on the list. I try to join in when Saru streams it, but also I'm trying not to pay attention because I'm like, I don't want to get spoiled. But I hope you enjoyed it and had fun, yes. So hello, welcome in, Kato. Thank you for the jump scare. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you but bring harm to others?
それが知りたいんです。
That's what I want to know. There was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone. You alone. What?
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait a
あ
second.
なただけがってどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by you alone?
ですからあなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。
I'm saying that you alone have been left alive. right?
西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の
Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean, the only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was
あ
still...
の晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。
Oh my god, she must have disappeared after the phone call she made to us. Oh. Jiro Tomitaka-san and Mio Takano-san died that night, and Shion Sonozaki disappeared the next day.
あなただけが無事に今日までを過ごしてるんです。
Only you are still safe and sound at this point. I really didn't expect Shion to get dragged into this as well. Everything was Mion. That's what it looks like to me, but I'm not sure that's the case.
なぜあなただけなのか。
Why only you?
私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
I'm saying that's what I want to know.
シオンが失踪したって
Shion disappeared?
そんなバカな
That's impossible! I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Tomitaka-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about?
ありゃ、とっくにご存知だったとばかり。
If Shion and Mion are missing, who exactly was the one talking to Keiichi during the stairs scene? Stairs scene? Trying to think of what you mean exactly. I'm also... I don't remember what day we're on, technically. Did the mayor go missing on the first day after the Watanagashi? I think so. So, this must be the second day. So, Shion also disappeared last night? No, 2 days ago. Wait. Who did we talk to yesterday then? When is this boy not unintentionally raising his voice? That is just the Keiichi we know and kind of love. The one where the ladder started shaking. I got the words mixed up. I mean, that was Mion, right? We talked to Shion right before that on the phone, which couldn't have been Shion if she went missing the very next day. So, we talked to Mion on the phone? If it was Mion, you know, they could always switch up their disguise, I guess. Mion could easily pretend to be Shion, and Shion could easily pretend to be Mion. But if we assume that it was Mion that we talked to during the ladder scene, then we also must have talked to Mion on the phone, which is fucked up. Because that basically confirms that she's the one behind all of this. Why else would she lie to us like that? Oh, well now. I thought you were long since aware of this.
そんなのは初めて聞いた
This is the first time I've heard of it.
シオンが失踪したいつ
Shion disappeared? When?
遡ると
My God.
私の次の日に失踪していたことになります。
Wait. Didn't we meet up with her? At the library too? So she disappeared right after that? Wait! Wait, who the fuck did we talk to on the phone? Oh god. Or maybe it wasn't Shion. Maybe it was Mion all along. Oh no. Oh, now my brain. Oh no. Oh no, the theories. Oh gosh. Alright, well... Before we keep going, there's gonna be an ad break in about 50 seconds. So, while I think of more disturbing things that are happening right now. Let's take a quick little break. This is not the best moment to take a break, but unfortunately, I'm being forced to. To kill the suspense, let's listen to funky music. There we go. We got the corpse party music from yesterday. Didn't we even joke about how everything could be beyond? We did. That theory seems to be proving right. Okay. Ad break is about to start. If you need to take a break, feel free to. Take some time to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, you get a snack. Cliffhanger break. Classic. We have to. But at least we got banger music. All right, I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. We get back to the very suspenseful game. Thank you! Oh my god, all the emotes. That song is a banger. No matter what anyone else says, that song will never not be, or that OST rather, will never not be good. I will never get tired of listening to that on repeat. And you will have to suffer with me. But yeah, welcome back to you as well. Let's get right back into this. Okay. Don't spiral into despair. Everyone is fine. No one is dead. Probably. Except, for the 2 people who are confirmed dead, but let's not think about that. Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand.
園崎紫音さんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。
Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses, depending on her mood on any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was.
学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。
She frequently takes days off from school
先生
too.
も困り果ててました。
Her teacher has been pretty troubled by it.
そんなことは聞いてない。
I didn't ask about any of that.
シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
He already answered that though. I'm asking you when Shion disappeared.
ですから渡流しの次の日です。
I told you, it was the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Xian had already disappeared? Then, that night, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、学校もいちいち電話しない。
This might be the creepiest one so far. Oh, God. Can you imagine this situation? Oh. I'm freaking out just reading this. That is so scary. Someone pretending to be someone else and you trusting them with all of your secrets, and it turns out it wasn't who you thought it was. It was someone entirely different, and you don't even know who it was. I mean, in this case, it's pretty obvious who it was. There's only one other person who looks like her, who sounds like her, but God. The only person you trust turns out to be your biggest nightmare? Yeah. Or, well, not the person you trusted. That person just suddenly disappears, and it turns out that someone you also trusted turns out to be a very dangerous person that would even hurt, her own sister. Oh boy. She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family wouldn't listen when the school told them, so they mostly don't bother calling anymore.
そんなこんなで、彼女が失踪したことに気づくのに、だいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
So it ended up taking quite a while before we realized she'd disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
ほら、覚えてませんか?
Don't you remember? Remember what? I watched Higurashi, but I'm kind of foggy on the details, so it's fun following along the novel like this. Yeah, I totally get that. It's so fun for me to read all of this, since I don't remember anything. Especially like after this specific chapter, I remember nothing. Not a single thing. Everything after this is just blank. So, I have no idea what's about to happen.
渡流しの次の日に、私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。
We talked at the library the day after
あの
Watanagashi.
時、シオンさんもいましたよね。
Shion-san was there then.
あれが最後の目撃なんです。
That was the last we saw of her.
あの後、 彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
No one knows where she's been since. Your mind suppressed the memories? Oh, for sure. Man, some of this stuff was so disturbing to see as a kid. Does that mean you mostly remembered the cringe? To be honest, the anime didn't have that much, of the slice of life degen scenes that we have in the visual novel. I don't remember Keiichi being being that cringe and degen in the anime. That definitely wasn't that big a part in the anime. No. I mean, you get to the real nitty-gritty stuff in like a matter of one episode, basically. So yeah, that should tell you how much of that slice of life stuff was in there. Keiichi's just the worst. I mean, he's very true to his character throughout the whole series, I feel. To be fair, how much do you even remember from the anime? I remember what happened in the first chapter that we played. So what was it called? Give me one sec. What was the episode, I guess? The Onikakushi chapter that we played, the first one. I remembered what happens at the end. I don't remember any of the details of the lore, but I remembered who was gonna die and who was gonna do it in what way. And then from this chapter, I think if it's the one that I remember, I know what is gonna happen to some of the characters, but not all of them. And I don't know how this chapter is gonna end. I don't remember that either, and I don't know the lore at all. And after this chapter, it's just blank. I don't remember anything. An episode? Yeah, like the third episode was basically this exact chapter we're on. And it took us like almost a whole month to get through the first chapter of the visual novel, so yeah. I don't like his character. That's fair. But then again, he's a teenage boy. I don't blame him for how he acts. Hello, Kay. How are you? Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday so far. Don't you remember? We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since. That can't be. That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night? She never got there, right? Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. My gosh. For the fun of following Higurashi for me is seeing what insane thing Keiichi's gonna say next. Yeah, he's a very insane character. It's kind of funny to see his reactions. He's a dense, cringe, kind of insane teenage boy. I guess that just makes him a normal teenage boy. Just woke up late night last night. Oh no. What time is it for you? I went to bed at like 2 a.m. and woke up at 8 a.m. I don't know how I did that, but I managed to wake up at a normal human time today and not like a solid 4 hours later, like usual. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried. That can't be. It can't be. It's only circumstantial evidence, but... After she left us at the library, but before she made it to work... I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. What if it wasn't Shion at all that we saw at the library? She wanted to tell us something, and I think Keiichi asked her about it on the phone. I don't remember what she said anymore, but if that was Mion on the phone, And she was the one that abducted her sister. Maybe Shion was about to tell us something about Mion. Wasn't Shion bat-mouthing Mion on the phone too? So Mion was bat-mouthing herself? What is going on? What is going on? The confusion is so strong. Noon for me, I went to bed at 3 a.m. That is fair. At least you got enough sleep. Mion is getting more sinister by the minute. It's getting more fucked up, yeah. Right after Shion ran away without me?
ご存じなかったみたいですね。
It seems that you didn't know.
なら、先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな?
Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. I mean, how was he supposed to say something earlier if he didn't know she was missing in the first place?
もうこれでご理解いただけたでしょ?
Now you understand, right?
あとはあなただけなんです。
You're the only one
あ
left.
なただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
Boy, oh boy. You're the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the ritual storehouse. Not for long, I assume. It couldn't be. It just couldn't
次
be.
に何か起こるとすれば、それはあなたなんです。
If something else happens, it would happen to you.
前原さん、どうかご理解を。
I need you to understand that, Maibara-san. Thanks for scaring me, dude. Thank you. Thank you for putting more anxiety into Keiichi. This is gonna go well. He's not gonna spiral into panic mode again, huh? Surely he's not gonna be in an anxious mode this entire time from now on. Truly one of those. If I had known earlier, I would have. Yeah. Truly. Hello, Aki. Welcome in. Hello, how are you? Right. I remember. You said you wanted to see my art, huh? I can show you my art in a very small preview. Give me 1 second. There we go. That is the only preview that you get. Keiichi's head is already twisting and turning, trying to explain how Oishi is controlled by them. Yeah. Oh no. Oh man. This is gonna go so bad. Is this Christmas? So cute, thank you. Too small? That's the point. It's supposed to be small. It's not supposed to show too much, you know, gotta keep it a surprise. Think it's a cute style, looks good. Aw, thank you. I also checked out your art, Amade-san, on Blue Sky. It looks really good. Your style is amazing. Yeah, it's supposed to be small because it's a little spoiler towards something I'm working on. So yeah, don't want to show too much, you know. But since Aki asked, I wanted to show it to Aki at least. So there you go. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。
Keiichi turning into Rena, repeating every sentence. Audibly went, huh? Thanks so much, means the world to me, of course. Shion has long since
次はあ
disappeared.
なたなんですよ。
Next will be you. Thanks. Thanks, man. You're so reassuring. Then, who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights?
そんなわかんない
Can you just imagine someone screaming like that right next to you? He's going absolutely mental. I mean, understandably so, but god damn it, Keiichi. You need to stay calm. It can't be! Just woke up from a 13-hour nap. That is no longer a nap. But I'm hoping you're very well rested. I'm doing good. His voice actor is really giving it his all. Yeah. He's giving it his very best. Just like the voice actors from Corpse Party. They're yelling all day. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that mom and dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. Oh no, the last time we tried to have ramen for dinner, we got needle-filled mochi. No, that wasn't that day. We got Rena's fingers in our door frame, I remember. Still tired? I mean, there is such a thing as sleeping too much. Perhaps, maybe that is the case. Well, I hope, God, it's 8 p.m. for you as well. My gosh, I'm so sorry. Rape your sleep schedule? I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? Oh gosh. The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maibara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That's actually very reasonable to think. That's actually not that far-fetched. Could very well be it. She was scared out of her mind. And the feeling that every episode is about one of the friends going crazy. You might be right. I don't actually remember, but you might be right. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. This is definitely no copium. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then, my right hand moved off its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little.
都合よく考えすぎるなよ、前原圭一。
Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Keiichi Maibara. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That's not a smart idea. Nope. That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do.
逃げるな、圭一。
You could ask her to meet up and confirm if it is Mion or Shion, you know? Still, don't run from this, Keiichi. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? How is it taking him so long to realize what is going on? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There was someone though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, All those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Who else could have? Why though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. Even more dense than me, yeah. He's even worse than me. I remember that this was an arc I really, really liked in the anime. I feel like this was the arc that made me the most paranoid and freaked me out the most. So that's great. We love trauma. We love being paranoid and scared for no reason. This was a great one though, I agree. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful, be careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. I tell you, every time this fucking phone rings, it's not good. This is giving me a fear of phones I never thought I could have. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course, that couldn't be. Unless this is Corpse Party, then it very well could be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. That phone would be scary. I mean, phones are generally scary, right? But this one especially. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That phone is ringing for an awfully long time.
それが一番安全かもしれないよな。
That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid of was that what the other person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? Yippee! Hello, Zam! How are you? Welcome in! If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. On shrimp and stretch, I'm not shrimping since I am standing, but I will stretch. And I will also hydrate, thank you very much. I ran out of water, oh gosh. I got one sip in though, that's, oh god, there's still 30 minutes until the next app break. Let's, hopefully not need water. I don't want to, you know, leave in the middle of a cliffhanger again. Doing alright, hungry as fudge. Make some food, make some good ass food. That wasn't all I'd do this time though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? How was she doing this? Is she really the one who killed Tomitaka-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi.
もしもし。
Hello? Brie egg sandwich. That sounds interesting. I don't think I've ever had that combination before, but I hope you enjoy it. How's the gaming going? It's going well. We just learned that Xion has actually been missing this whole time, and well, we've been talking to her every single day up until now. So I guess it wasn't her. So that only leaves me on. Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Xion.
ケイちゃんですか？
Kei-chan,
私です。
it's me.
シオンです。
It's Xion. My momentary, convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for
電
this.
話、なかなか出なかったんで、お留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ。
It took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up.
ああ、ごめん。
Sorry. I don't believe that Keiichi will be able to stay calm and not, show that he actually knows that, it's not Xion. He's never been able to pretend that everything is okay up until this point. Yeah, I'll be tricking everyone, it seems, for sure. Keiichi can never be calm. Yeah, it's not in his nature.
ちょっとお風呂に入っててさ。
I was just in the bath.
それでも、ご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？
Did your family not pick up for you?
ひょっとして、ケイちゃんの家、今ご両親はお留守なんですか？
Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? I failed. I let her in on a failed piece of information that I was currently the only one at my
いや、
house.
別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより。
Immediately starts to stutter. Well, no, they're not really. Anyway,
聞いたか？
have you heard
リカちゃんとサトコの件。
about Rika-chan and Satoko?
いいえ、
No.
結局、あの後どうなったんですか？
What happened after that? Man, Mion is a good pretender. Don't answer. I don't have a choice. I remember Onikakushi, where Mion and Rena visited him, and he just blurted out, I wasn't talking about you guys when they mentioned Oishi. He's so bad at this. He has no chill. He cannot stay calm and think about things rationally and how that would make him seem, right? Like when he said that, I was like, oh man, dude, just shut up. Just don't make it obvious that you know exactly what they're asking. My gosh.
見つかったんですか？
Were they found?
あ
Nah,
見つからなかった。
they weren't found.
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it has come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect as Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコは
Rika-chan and Satoko,
さらわれたんだよな。
they were kidnapped, weren't they?
はい、
Yes,
それは間違いないでしょうね。
I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then, a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. If you think about it, Keiichi to be kind of screwing himself over, yeah. This is just how he is, right? I find it amazing that they managed to keep his character the same up until this point. It's just who he is. It would be weird for him to act rational and normal right now. He is still Keiichi after all. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her
リ
words.
カちゃんとサトコは。いや、ごめん。
Rika-chan and Satoko were... no, I mean, I'm sorry.
村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？
About the mayor. What do you think happened after he was
ま
kidnapped?
だ生きてるんだろうか？
Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. And he's also the newcomer, so many things in Hinamizawa are a mystery to him as well. Yeah, he has no clue about a lot of things. Oh, this makes it all the more scary for him because he really has no one to turn to except Rena and his parents right now. That
殺され
said,
ちゃったんだと思います。
thankfully we have a log. That scared me. That said, however much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed.
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
Hey, wait, that was quick.
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。
That was not only quick, that was very cold for someone who held the mayor very close to their heart. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are.
人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you were done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes rolled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. Kind of why this mystery felt good in that context, yeah. When you really gotta dive into the mystery with Keiichi and be like, wait, what's happening? Yeah, because you're just as clueless as he is, right? Because you don't know any more than he does, except for the tips that you read. Are there really demons? I guess we'll find out. I also wonder if there's gonna be like an after party, quote unquote, like in the first, Onikakushi chapter. Because we had, like, after the story concluded, we had like a little cast event basically where they were theorizing about whether it was demons or if it was, the work of people in Hinamizawa. And I wonder if we'll get that sort of theorizing this time around too. I was thinking actually. Scenery in my eyes rolled around and around like hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly?
殺しちゃうって、そんなにあっさり。
What is this music? This sounds like Professor Layton music. What is going on? Huh? What? This sounds like 100% like Professor Layton music. Oh my god, I need to know what track this is. What? Does it say anywhere? I need to know. Fascism. Absolutely, let me look that up. What a banger! Holy moly! Kind of feels like Professor Pokemon Man. He kind of always seems to know a lot about the missing pieces that everyone keeps wondering about. It's as if he might be a part of the Onikakushi and is being controlled by him. As if a little pawn to cause fear, doubt, and turmoil. I don't know. He seems very invested in the whole thing, as though he really wants to bring it down. I feel like he's just really, really invested and has all of his conspiracy theories. I don't know why he's so obsessed, with Keiichi as a person, but I don't really think he's part of this. That song name, yeah, I don't know. Odd song name, but I'll accept it. I guess. It's a good song. Kill them so readily.
人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
I mean, what's a human life or two anyway?
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、
It's a horrible thing, but
多分そうではないかと。
I think that's probably what happened. The mayor was killed. Then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. Neither is the mayor. Just because you don't know him doesn't mean he's random. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. That they couldn't kill them so
リ
readily.
カちゃまとさとこちゃんも同じだと
Wow!
思った方がいいでしょうね
It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Oh. This music is not fitting for this scene. Oh, that makes it all the more disturbing. Oh my god. Well, that investment is the problem. He seems to know too much, and if someone's life is in actual danger, he would offer them protection, but he seems to always do things in secret. He says enough info to cause doubt. I think he does things in secret because the police department is kind of putting a stop to his detective work, since the Sonozaki family is like getting their hands all in their decision making. So they're making Oishi-san back off the case, basically, like they did in Onikakushi. They basically said it. So yeah, I think that is the main reason why he does things in secret. And well, he knows a lot because, well, he's investigating everything. And he has been investigating this case for a while, I think. Evening! Hello, Space! How are you? Welcome in. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. Oh man, I feel so bad for him. This time, the tears flowed. I've been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I've been trying to avoid considering ever since last night. And I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. And Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes. If only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet I still cried. And cried.
ケイちゃんどうか気を確かに
Kei-chan, please just try and calm down. I mean, you just said it in the worst way possible. What? How is he supposed to calm down from that? The music is making things even more eerie, yeah, because it's so unfitting. And it's such a messed up situation. It looks like things escalated. Yeah. Well, we basically concluded that Rika and Satoko were kidnapped sometime after making dinner. And it also turns out that Shion, who we have been talking to every single day after the Watanagashi, disappeared the very next day after the Watanagashi. Sometime around the time we last talked to her in the library and were held up by Oishi-san. And so basically, this person on the phone just going nonchalantly like, oh yeah, Satoko and Rika-chan are probably dead. Is probably not Shion. And the only person that we know that sounds exactly like Shion is, well, Mion. Shion just went, oh shucks. I guess we better expect the worst. Yeah, she just has no more compassion. The last time we talked to her on the phone, she was at least, you know, like very upset about the mayor, right? She was putting on a lot of effort to sound really broken up about it. But today, she doesn't even try to sound broken up. She's just like, oh yeah, they're probably all dead. How do we know Shion was kidnapped? Because Oishi, you know, he said that he would pay Keiichi a visit every single day to talk to him. And he said that Keiichi was the only one still alive out of the 4 people that went into the ritual storehouse. And he talked about how Shion has been missing ever since we saw her in the library. And it wasn't technically uncommon for her to disappear, but no one has heard anything of her for the past couple of days. And, well, Keiichi has been talking to quote-unquote Shion every single day. So, yeah. There technically still is a possibility that this is Shion and she's just staying somewhere else and hasn't told anyone, but it is very unlikely. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. It's really sad that he is blaming himself for this. Because it's not his fault at all. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it.
そんなことでどうするんですか？
What are you going to gain by doing that?
次に狙われるのは確実に私かケイちゃんなんですよ。
They're definitely going to target you and me
お願い
next.
ですから、しっかりしてください。
Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please,
お願いしますから。
please. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? Why?
どうしてだよ
Why?
どうして人をさらったり殺したりするんだよ
Why? Why kidnap someone and then kill them?
あたりだかなんだか知らないが人の命ってのはそんなに安いのかよ
Screw curses. Are people's lives really that
あ
cheap?
ったり消したり殺したり
Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You're right.
全くです。
You're absolutely right.
悪魔ですよね。
It would take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment.
なあしよ
Hey, Shion,
教えてくれ
please tell
ど
me.
うしてこのひなみ沢では綿流しの夜に人が死ななければならないことになってしまったんだ
Did you read through that scene with Rika? If it's the one I think you mean, not yet. If it's the one in that, room, no. Hey, Shion, please tell me, why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of the
そ
Watanagashi?
れは私が知りたいです。
That's what I'd like to know.
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったんだぞ
The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with.
なのにどうしてまだたたり足りないんだ
Haven't enough people been cursed already?
どうしてだよどうして
Why is it? Why?
理由があるなら言ってみろよ
If there's a reason, then say it now! I was incoherent at this point. You're thinking of the one? Okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that one yet. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop
ケイちゃん
crying.
の気持ち、私もよくわかります。
I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I really
ダム
do.
闘争はとっくの昔に終わったんです。
The dam wars ended a long time ago.
なのに毎年、お社様のたたりという名の殺人と失踪が繰り返されている。
Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
なぜ
Why?
どうしてなんですか
Why is it happening?
全然関係ない人もいた。たたられるのに不相応な人だっていたのに、どうして
Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed. So why? Why?
それを俺が聞いてるんだ
That's what I'm asking you!
それを私だって知りたいんですよ
I want to know that as much as anyone! They're just yelling at each other over the phone. Ah. Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone. Just screaming at each other. They're just going crazy. They're just ah! Listen,
様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。
Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too
ケイちゃん
unrealistic.
の言う通り、村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。
Just like you said, someone in the village is using the grand name of Oyashiro-sama's curse as justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every
奴
Watanagashi.
らは狡猾でした。
They were cunning.
たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。
They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year.
そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
And this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tomitaka-san.
じゃあ二人で十分じゃねえかよ。
Then why wasn't that enough?
どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。
Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too?
それに俺は過去のことは今さらどうでもいいんだ。
I don't give a shit about the past.
リカちゃんとサトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか。
The only thing I
そういう
care
点に
about
しか興味がないんだ。
is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed.
どうしてなんだ。
Why is that?
サトコには打ち上げですらないんだぞ。
I didn't say a word to Satoko, you
ど
know.
うしてサトコまで。
Why even her?
どうしてなんだ。
Why? Oh no. If this is really Mion, she's gonna be like, because she's cursed. If she says it, I'm going mental. A silence fell between us. It's so quiet now, damn. Sean didn't answer for a while.
もういじめないでください。
Kei-chan, please, stop being mean. A sob. Was Sean crying?
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。
I don't have any idea what's going on either.
最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night. Dumb music stop? That's not dumb music. I thought it was pretty great. Actually, I found the stark contrast to be actually quite enjoyable. It's not dumb music. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation
あ
subsiding.
の晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。
When I heard that Takano-san and Tomitaka-san had been killed that night, I doubted my
そ
ears.
して、すぐに気づいたんです。
Then I realized it instantly.
今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。
I realized what sort of a position I was in now.
忍び込んだのは私たち4人。
The 4 of us snuck in there.
私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。
She's really not letting her disguise slip, my gosh. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently
そう
forgiven.
思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか。
When I
ケイ
thought
ちゃん
about
にはわ
that,
かりますよね。
it made my chest so tight, it was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi.
私はみんなが入ってはいけないという最後殿に面白半分な気持ちで踏み入ってしまいました。
All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of
い
fun.
けないことだとは分かっていましたが、本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。
We knew we shouldn't have done it, but it really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration, that was all. I mean, with religion and religious implements, you know, you always have people that take it a little bit too extreme.
一緒に入った高野さんたちは、その後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それも、あんなむごい最後。
Takano-san and Tomitaka-san, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterward. They met such miserable ends.
あの日から、いつ私も襲われるのではないかと、怯えています。
For Takano, it was definitely fun. She enjoyed the hell out of that visit to the spirit to the storehouse. Yeah, those people are unreasonable, religion or not. Yes, regardless of what this is about, they are definitely unreasonable, taking it way too far. Since that day, I've been living in fear of when I would be
君
attacked.
吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。
There was
だからお
nobody
じいちゃん、助けてって。
except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me. So I asked him to save
君
me.
吉のおじいちゃん、 怒らなかった。
Old man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't
そ
mad.
してにっこり笑ってしおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
He smiled and said, if you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'd never be demoned
本当に
away.
笑いながら任せなさいって。
She said this exact same thing the other time we talked to her. She said this exact same line. He smiled and said, if you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'd never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Shion cried bitterly, recalling my beloved, my beloved mayor, the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I did let my emotions take over and go off at her. Did I? Sorry, I read that completely wrong. You have told that before? She did say that the day that we learned that he disappeared, basically, and we told her over the phone, and she said the exact same thing, basically. Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, don't forget Keiichi Maebara. Don't forget about the mayor. On the morning after Watanagashi, he was told of Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san had said.
いつ
When
村長に打ち明けたんだよ。
did you let the mayor know? Huh?
ごめんな、シオン。
I'm sorry, Shion.
悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで。
It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but
シオンは打ち明けたんだよな。
Shion, you told him, right?
君吉のおじいちゃん。つまり村長に。
You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor?
はい。
Yes.
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
When did you let him know? I've begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて、病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment?
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan? This is not the best way to go about this, by the way.
それが何か。
What does that have to...
答えてくれ。
Please, answer me.
知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then after stammering a few times, she
だ
replied,
ったのは知ってます。
I knew that he had hemorrhoids. I mean, you basically just told him. Her, sorry. You basically just told her that, you know, if she could have guessed, you know, if I know that he had hemorrhoids, would that make me seem less suspicious? You basically just told her what she had to know to make her seem less suspicious. I knew that he had hemorrhoids.
座る時とか辛そうでしたから。
It looked like sitting down was really hard for him.
病院に通ってたんだ。
He was going to the
ど
hospital.
この病院かは知ってるよな。
You know which hospital, right?
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。
I'm sorry, I don't know that much, but
でもケイちゃん、それが一体何の。
Kei-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. True, yeah, with her also being like, oh, I don't know what hospital it is. I don't know, why would he tell her about the hemorrhoids, but he wouldn't tell his family about the hemorrhoids? But then he wouldn't tell her about the hospital. It just seems like she just answered that she knew to make herself look less suspicious. And then, because she doesn't know the hospital, because Keiichi didn't give that much information, she was just like, well, I don't know. But there's gonna be an ad break in 50 seconds. So since I ran out of water, let's take that ad break right now. On continue reading after I am back. So if you need to take a break as well, you know, close your eyes, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. Feel free to do that right now. And I will be right back in about 3 minutes. Alright, there we go. I am back. I was eating a snack. I felt really hungry. Welcome back, thank you. Welcome back to you as well. Just got back from feeding the cats. Everyone is well fed, I hope. Yes, welcome back to you too, Zam. And to you too, Amadas. Yippee! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cine twists. Oh, the 2D cine twists. We love them. Alright, so let's get back into this. Sorry. What were they talking about? Yeah, she didn't know what hospital he went to. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans.
担当直入に聞きたいんだ。
I wanna ask you straight.
シオンはいつ村長に打ち明けたんだ。
Shion, when did you tell the mayor about
ど
everything?
こでいつ
When and where?
大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please, give me one.
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなことを。
Gosh, just give him an answer, please. Stop going in circles. It does strike me as odd that given the history of that family, that they don't know about the hospitals in the region they're in. I think she just doesn't know which hospital he went to. She probably knows about the hospitals, but she doesn't know which hospital the mayor specifically went to for the treatment. Kei-chan, why are you asking that? Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real
あり
Shion.
えないんだよ。
It wasn't possible.
村長が失踪した日、
Gosh, don't give her the answer. The day the mayor
朝
disappeared.
から消えるまで
From dawn until he vanished.
シオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。
Keiichi, this is not how you get someone to confess something. You're giving them an opportunity to make up an excuse for when they told him. Oh my god. Not making it easy for himself. No, he's making it really hard for himself. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him.
そんな。
That's...
村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。
The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself without telling anyone.
シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。
Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital he went
だ
to.
から帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。
He's not the smartest bush in the weeds. No. It's okay. I expected him to do something like this. He couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back.
そうだろ。
Isn't that right?
帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。
His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start.
つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it.
シオンも一緒に会合に出たのか？
Shion, did you go to the meeting too?
そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？
Did you attend it and tell him
こ
there?
こで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。
If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left.
村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
The mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she? Or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give an immediate response.
実は会合にで
Actually, with the meeting,
あの日シオンが行くと言ったバイ
Let
ト
her
先
finish!
君は欠勤してるんだ
My god, Keiichi, please! You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day.
もっと端的に言おう
I'll say it more directly.
君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降
Ah!
誰にも目撃されていない
Oh, man! Why would you say it? You haven't been seen since we were at the library together.
ケイちゃん
Kei-chan, well,
園崎シオンは
Shion Sonozaki
綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ
disappeared the day after Watanagashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ
Oishi-san says you've been missing.
でもシオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろ
Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? He just gave away all of your power! He had all the power and he just gave it away! He had the power over this conversation. He could have turned this whole thing around. He could have alarmed the police that someone was pretending to be Shion, and why would they pretend to be Shion if it wasn't because they didn't want to make it seem like, you know, Shion is missing? At least towards Keiichi, like, this is worth investigating, and he just gave all that power away! Not the brightest candle on the cake. I haven't heard that saying yet, but yeah. Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong.
頼むシオン
Please,
俺
Shion,
が言ったことが間違ってるならそうだと言ってくれ
if something I said was wrong, please say so.
シオン頼むから
They could just lie! Shion, I'm begging you.
シオンお前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ
Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor,
も
but
し会ったとしたなら
if you did see him... Sounds more like a laugh? I was about to say, it sounds like she's laughing now. If Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant...
村長が会合を終えた後
And you saw him after the meeting.
すなわち
In other words,
失踪する直前もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ
it could have only been right after, right before he disappeared, or else afterward. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, that scared me. Oh my god. I did not expect this image. Holy moly. Oh gosh. All right. Well. Oh no. That was awesome. Yeah, that was really well done. Holy fuck. Here's the fisheye lens. Oh lord. Well. Holy peepers. Beep, beep went the dial tone. I stood there, dazed for a while, until I realized she had hung up on me. Call the police. Call them now. No. No way! The chapter's not ending here. Nuh-uh. No! Oh, no! 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 I can't believe this. Ain't no way. This is insane. They're gonna leave me on a cliffhanger just like that? I suppose that was still Shion on the phone line? Or was it really Mion? That is the question. My guess is that that is Mion, since she was the one kind of freaking out on the ladder like that, you know? But to be honest, at this point, it could be either of them. I feel like it's going to be a confusing hell. Keiichi, I love to kill you, but Mion is already on it. Yeah, she's on her way over here. The game, done your dirty spook. I can't believe they did this. Well, we have tips to go through still, so let's do those. Maybe that'll be interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. We have 2 more. I think it was Mion, but it could be either of them, really. Oh, okay. The problem with twins. Here we go. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village especially, the 3 families detested giving birth to twins as successors. Oh, now we're getting into interesting stuff. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the 3 families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they'd had to be culled. Wow. Wow. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family successor Mion Sonozaki and her twin, Shion, are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryo, is sympathetic. They had to be killed, basically. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, as the heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the 2 of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the 2 of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion had such a tattoo on her back, so she could easily be identified by that tattoo. From what I've heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Orio's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. Ooh, I did not know about the tattoo. I wonder if they mentioned that in the anime. I don't remember that. They're both very crafty, for sure. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong Parlor.
あんりゃ、クラちゃん。あんたが一番遅いよ。若い人はみんな揃ってる。
Hey, Kuda-chan, you're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already. Kuda?
じゃあお母さん、すみませんね。
Excuse me, miss. Oishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. Scarce? She was used to this by now. That's a puzzle piece I was missing. There you go. I think it's in the opening of the anime. Oh, I will really want to look. Do you think they'll show it in the visual novel? I don't know. Is it a spoiler if we look at it? Oh, I kind of want to look at it now. Ooh, I really want to look. I mean, technically it's not a spoiler. It's just looking what the tattoo looks like. We could technically look at it after we read through this tip. Oishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now. Ooh, new background. Oishi-san, good work today.
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか？
Oh, this
そんなのも
interior
やってりゃよかったのに。
is very weird to me. The big ass plants in here, the green chairs, the blue couches. This is this is very odd. What does this look like in the new art? Whoops. This is so weird. This is such a weird interior design. He knows too much and is acting too friendly. I don't know. He's just doing his job. I think I should stop theorizing for spoiler's sake. I mean, you're not really spoiling it, I guess, but maybe it does ruin the fun if you do get it right. I don't know. Why were you all earnestly waiting for me? You could have just done 3-player. Everyone sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere.
皆さん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
Everyone, I'd like to thank you for your days of investigation without sleep. Thank you! Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already, it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment.
状況は芳しくありません。
The situation is not looking
所
good.
長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。
The chief appears to have backed down to the congressman Sonozaki's threats. Yeah, this is exactly why they have to investigate in secret.
近日中に高野殺しは岐阜県警に譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活課に委ねるようです。
In the coming days, we'll hand off Takano's murder to the Gifu police and give the missing persons case of disappearance of the mayor and the others to the community division. That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him.
請求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。
All of our requests for warrants were turned down as well. I've been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. Hello, Hybrid! Welcome in! How are you? Thank you for the hydrate. You're gonna leave the next chapter to another stream? Yeah. If the next one is the last one, it's gonna be very long. So we'll just play it tomorrow. Since the last chapter I played took so long to finish. I went into the anime convinced Oishi was the big bad, and the anime was like, what? Yeah, I think when I watched the anime, I also thought Oishi was the bad guy, but yeah, I don't think he was, but really I'm not so sure anymore. All of our requests for warrants were turned down as well. I've been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki
い
house.
やいや困ったもんです。
We're certainly in a bind, that we are.
ちなみに私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。
Haven't seen the anime. I've been following this. The anime is really good, but I feel like, yeah, we've said this multiple times. You get so much more information here. Incidentally, it looks like I'll be getting orders soon to go to training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've even been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. They're trying to get rid of him.
いや、そういうのも悪くないですね。
Well, I suppose that ain't bad. He heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do.
いつもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ています。開けるための鍵はいつもその中に閉じ込められているんです。
I feel like with this, it's pretty clear that Oishi isn't necessarily the bad guy. He's just investigating this whole thing, and he isn't backing down, you know? And the Sonozaki family is trying to keep him out of this, so he stops investigating this shit, which is why they're forcing him, basically, to take that paid vacation. So he gets really far away from this as possible. So I feel like with this is pretty much confirmation that he isn't quote unquote a bad guy. He isn't maybe the greatest person, but he's just doing his job, and they're trying to get rid of him. At least in the storylines, they showed he wasn't. Yeah. The mafia is trying to keep him out. Yeah. He's just a good police officer with questionable morals. This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside.
車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。
For cars, you call the repairman and they'll pry your door
事
open.
件なら、
For incidents.
熊ちゃん、図面を。
Kuma-chan, show the map. I feel like he has a grand plan. Wonder if he's gonna go in this timeline or if he refuses. I feel like he's about to refuse. He has a secret plan. He's getting out the whiteboard. Kind of a shame that his methods involve getting middle schoolers to spy for him. On their friends, no less. His methods are morally, you know, not even questionable. They're just morally wrong. He's getting innocent middle schoolers into this shit for no reason, too. But I guess he doesn't really have another choice. He had like this gut feeling about this whole village and everything. So he just does whatever he needs to get to that point. He says he might die soon. Yeah, possibly. Probably has a big master plan ready. I mean, yeah. Yes, it's a new emote. Yeah. Yeah, a little butchy, glitchy emote now. Kumagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
私もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信があるつもりですがね。今回ばかりは外れるかもしれませんよ。
Now, I've been doing this job for a long time. I've got a lot of faith in my gut, but this could be the one time it was wrong, no?
退職金が欲しい方は私が10数える間に席を外してください。
This is kind of noble of him, I feel. Anyone worried about their retirement money has until the count of 10 to get out of here. He doesn't care about his retirement money in this timeline, it seems. He's just like, fuck this. I'm getting to the bottom of this shit. He's gonna go into the Sonozaki mansion, guns blazing. I'm gonna discover all of your dirty secrets. He doesn't trust the common folk for the life of him, which makes sense, yeah. They've all been indoctrinated, yes, at least with kids and teens. There's some leverage. As bad as that sounds. Yeah. I think I agree with you. Yeah. I feel like in the earlier days, he probably tried to talk to the people in the village. I feel like he mentioned that before. But yeah, as you said, they have been indoctrinated so badly that they will not talk about it for the, you know, for, you can't offer them anything. They would never talk about this shit. And they all hate him for it too. So really he has no other choice but to go after kids and teens. I like it lots, I'm glad. I was gonna give Keiichi a gun and go, I'm counting on you to distract them. Maimura-san. You go in there first, I'll cover you, and then he won't cover us. He's not trusting the common folk since he knows all of them are involved with everything. Keiichi is his only option, yeah. He said so multiple times. They would rather die for the cause. Yep, they would. Kirilia's situation with the town also knows they can't just kill him as well. Not with a very good reason. I'm surprised they're willing to kill all these other people like Rika and the mayor and Shion/Mion, whoever has been kidnapped, but they won't kill Oishi. It's kind of insane. Oh god, I just came up with the idea. What if both Mion and Shion are in on? What if both Mion and Shion are in this shit together? Oh, that was a fun thought that just crossed my mind. Well, we're gonna see. Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
10
9, 10.
ああ、誰も出てかないよ。
Ah, no one's leaving.
皆さん、ご家族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
None of you love your families too much, is that it? Ha 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 ha. Everybody laughed uproariously, cheering things up.
各自手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と資格を叩き込んでください。
I want everyone to go over their materials, memorize the locations and blind spots of all the security cameras.
クマちゃんは指揮車で待機。
Kuma-chan, you'll stand by in the command
非
car.
常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。
If something happens, you'll switch with me and take
小
over.
山君は突入 A 班、敦君は突入 B 班を指揮。
It's like he's expecting something to happen. He's really gonna go in, guns blazing. Komiyama-kun will head up Infiltration Team A. Atsushi-kun will lead Team B.
監視班は1から8まで所定の位置で監視を。
Observation teams will set up at points 1 through 8.
ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを厳守。
Damn, he has a whole plan for all of this. Keiichi gonna run in with a gun. I think Oishi is gonna run in with the gun, really. Send a message and to keep the status quo. I mean, they're twins still, though, when it would still be weird for Shion since it's been stated she's not getting respected by her family. But maybe that's exactly why she's doing this. You know? To get back at them. Bonchi-kun, you're responsible for keeping a strict
人に
timetable.
怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。
Control your rotation so HQ doesn't get
さ
wise.
て、待機中の班が一番大仕事ですよ。
Now
課
the
長に私
team.
の所在を聞かれたらとぼけてください。
Now the team on standby has the most important job, alright? If the section chief asks where I am, play dumb. Hi, Semi! Welcome in! How are you doing today? How's your lovely self? I am doing great. Doing really good. Let me give you a shout out. Please, everyone, check out Semi. We love Semi. He's just gonna run in, gun blazing, and die by the first chat that's been said by the family, because of course that would happen to Keiichi. It would only be fitting.
ゲストのエスコート役は私がやります。きっと会場へ連れて行きますので、皆さん気長に待っててください。
I'll handle escorting our guest. You can be sure I'll bring him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone. Our guest? What guest?
落ちるっすかね。前原
Oh.
圭一は
Oh my god, they're really bringing him? Wonder if he'll cave. Keiichi Maebara, that is. Oh my gosh, they're really bringing him to this operation. I'm going crazy. No way. We love Spooky. Aww. You're so sweet, Semi. Yeah, of course. Of course. Wonder if he'll cave. Keiichi Maebara, that is.
私の見たところじゃ、明日明後日には行けそうですよ。もうコロッとね。
My god, he's trying to break him. Poor guy. Oh my god. Not only his friends are going cuckoo crazy, but the fucking police is taking advantage of him. My gosh. From what I've seen, we're set for tomorrow or the day after in that regard. It'll be easy. Oh. Tomorrow is gonna be insane. Oh, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's stream. This is gonna be crazy. Detective Watanagashi. Read all tips of Watanagashi! So that means that the next chapter is probably the last one? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh gosh. We need our MC guy. Zero moral compass. He does not. No one does. I'm here at the end. Yeah. I didn't expect this chapter to be so short. It's like very strangely short. I wasn't even reading the entire time. I was yapping for quite a bit at the beginning of stream. This was a very short chapter. But I guess since we still have some time, technically, we could watch the opening, the first one anyway. So yeah, if you don't want to watch the opening because, I don't know, maybe you want to experience it for the first time yourself, I don't know, then feel free to click off because that's all I'll be doing for today as a last thing. So, yeah, if you want to stick around, feel free to do that. I'm guessing they show the tattoo in the first one, which is the most iconic one in my opinion. Love this opening. It is so good. Just an opening after all, right? Yeah, I don't think they spoil anything necessarily. Nothing that we haven't seen already anyway. Okay, let me get that up on the screen. If I can. There we go. Mute game audio, unmute browser. I love it too. Oh, there it is! There it is! God, this opening is so good. This is such a good opening. Gosh. There's probably a more HD version. People upscale like older openings all the time. Oh, but this one isn't much more HD. Yeah, I thought we could see it clearer, but you could see a little bit of the tattoo. Looks so different in the anime, you think? I actually don't think so. Maybe because I'm used to what they look like and they don't surprise me with their anime look. I'll listen to this at the gym. I still have to add it to my playlist. Shadow called. He wants his edge back. It's a very edgy anime, but I mean, it is a horror anime. It is a horror game. There is bound to be some edge, and I love it. I love the edge. You know, we love it. But yeah, Shadow, my edgy boy. I love this opening. It brings back so many memories of when I watched this, and oh god, I loved it so much back in the day. It is so nostalgic for me. the whole song and everything. I can't wait to rewatch it. Ah! Okay. But we did good today. We got through that chapter, and I'm sure tomorrow's stream is gonna be long as hell. But I am super excited to finish the next chapter. I can't wait. I'm so excited. It's gonna be amazing. I can't wait. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me see who we can raid. It'd be great if you guys stay to say hello. Let me see who is currently streaming. We haven't rated Hexa in a while. They're currently streaming, so I feel like we should go and say hello. I really love Hexa streams because they stream muted. I don't know, it's kind of nice and a change of pace, and it's really relaxing to join their streams. So yeah, I definitely highly recommend to check them out. They're very, very lovely, very sweet. So yeah, let's do that. I think it's raid sub. Yeah, it's the other way around. Thank you for stream. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one. Yeah. Hexa, yeah, we love Hexa. Thank you so much, guys, for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed it. And let's continue on tomorrow. And yeah, let's finish this game. Or this chapter, not this game. Oh my gosh, we still have so much left to go. But yeah, I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day. And take care of yourselves. And I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.